Just a reminder, we need all sheep exhibitors in the show ring in 10 minutes. All sheep exhibitors in the show ring in 10 minutes. Thank you. We need all sheep show exhibitors to the show ring immediately. All sheep show exhibitors to the show arena immediately.
All right, exhibitors, if you're not in here yet, please come into the ring, exhibitors. And Brogan family, mom and dad, if you guys could come out. Go ahead, go. All right, it's 10 o'clock. We're going to get our meeting started. Hopefully. Thanks for everybody being here. If everybody would please, I'm going to open up with a prayer. So let's please take off your hats and let's have a little prayer. Thank you. Father God, I just ask that you watch over this day, that you keep everybody safe and healthy, kids and animals, and just maybe do us a little favor and hold the weather off. Just thank you for all the great volunteers we've had throughout this week, and just let us have a blessed day. In your son's name we pray. Amen. All right, with that being done, we're going to start our meeting off with the national anthem. So I'd like to welcome back last year 10-year member, Miss Laura Wirtz.
Oh, say, can you sing by the twilight? Sorry. Oh, say, can you sing by the dawn's early light? Oh, I'm so sorry, y'all. Goodness. Oh, say, can you sing by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we rode
Next, we're going to have our Pledge of Allegiance led by our 10-year member, Will Bogan.
Say a couple words and hold the mic down and keep going.
Okay. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thanks, Will. And now our 4-H pledge by Miss Cassidy Shakel.
I pledge my head to clear thinking, my heart to greater loyalty, my hands to work for service, and my health to better living for my club, my community, my country, and my world.
Awesome. Thank you both. But before we go through the rest of the things, I want to announce some winners from earlier in the week and earlier today. So this past Friday, we had our fitting contest. We have 2 divisions, a 6-year division and a fitted division. Our senior champ, and as I call your name, please come up to the front of the pack. Our senior champ was Jackson Ritter. And I forgot to mention, this is the slick shear division. We had 6 total participants. So Jackson was the senior champ. Our intermediate champ was Cole Ritter. Then we also have a fitted division. Our intermediate champ there was Laney Mendenhall. And our junior champ was Ansley Mendenhall. And out of that group of champions, our overall grand champion was Mr. Jackson Ritter. All right, thanks guys, gals. This morning we had a rule show. The rule is still on display over here with the ribbons on them, so feel free to come up sometime throughout the day and see how that feels. We had 7 participants. We have a Shetland fleece, a Cotswold fleece, natural colored, and some Lincoln, so a good variety. Our senior champion, again, as I say your name, step forward, Tessa Hartwick. Our intermediate champion, Stella Hartwick. And our junior champion, William Hodges. And then our overall rule fleece grand champion was Miss Tessa Hartwick. All right, now we have a 10-year member to introduce. So our 10-year member this year is Mr. Will Bogan. Will? And his parents. Will, introduce your parents for me real quick.
Thanks. This is Terry Brogan.
That's Terry and Beth. This is Will's nice brand new 10-year member chair and sign. So that's his to take. So we appreciate his years of participation in the program. And with that, we do that's donated by Hamilton County Sheep Producers. We also have a Hamilton County Sheep Producers Scholarship. So last year we had three participants that put their names in. You have to be a 10-year member. You have to be in the project at least 5 years. And the ultimate winner gets a $1,500 scholarship from the Hamilton County Sheep Producers. So I'd like to present that to Will here this morning as well.
Do that. I'm going to shake your left hand. How's that? You got it.
All right, awesome. Thanks, Will. All right, now our first-year members. So as I call your names, I want you, if you would, please come up here and stand in the front by the lovely ferns we have on the ground. Our first year sheep members, Allie Bryn, Miss Melanie Klimbo, Colby Day, Izzy Grau, Avery Hills, Catherine Hoffmeister, Trent Horney, Aubrey Johnson, Ava Lee, Harper Macy, Ansley Mendenhall, Evie Millsaps, Maggie Morris, Ruby Morris, and last but not least, Ashley Rabel. And I think I pronounced it right for the first time in my life. So yeah, let's give these kids one more big round of applause. First year Sheep Club members. Some of them have been in 4-H for a while. They finally came over to the good side. So that's awesome. I'm going to present each one of these members again with a halter. Their first year halter, again sponsored by the Hamilton County Sheep Producers. All right, here we go. We're going to keep on moving through here. My list of agenda. This next award. This is one of my favorite awards. If I call your names, go ahead and come up here. So I can't remember how many years I've been doing the sheep barn, 4 or 5 as a sheep barn superintendent, but I don't think we had one during COVID in 2020, so it was a little crazy. 2021, our Good Shepherd Award winner was Mr. Zach Powell. Zach, will you come out, please? Our 2022 winner was Mr. Graham Curtis. Graham, you come out. So these young men are kind of the epitome of what 4-H means to me, helping others, helping the barn. It's not about me, it's about you. Just putting others before yourself and just always lending a hand. So these 2 young men are epitome of that. The goal of this whole thing was to try to, to encourage other kids, and it has. So I want Mr. Nick Rife. Why don't you come out here? So Nick is another young man who's done really well for both the sheep producers and the sheep barn. I'm sure there's Wyatt Rude. Come out here, Wyatt. Wyatt's, thank you. Wyatt's, he's been, sweeping aisleways, helping out, volunteering. He's a multi-species kid, like probably a lot of kids are, so he's pretty busy, but he still finds time to help out around. So I know I'm leaving kids out, and that's not intentional by any means. I appreciate all the help you guys have done this year, but this year's Good Shepherd Award is, again, going to go to Graham Curtis. Yeah, he deserves it. This young man, I came in, I get here every day at 7 and I'll leave till like 11:30. But this young man, I came in the other day and he swept the entire sheep barn by himself. That's crazy, but he just did it. I didn't ask him to do it. And I know Zach is nonstop, and his grandma Vicky. I just can't thank them enough for all the help they've given me throughout this week, as well as several others. So I appreciate you all are deserving, but unfortunately I got to pick one. So thank you guys. Keep it up. Hopefully you guys out there will pick up some hints. So thanks again. All right, my last two things before I introduce the judge. So we're going to start a new tradition, because, I kind of like doing that kind of thing. So this year, I had somebody approach me and said, hey, we'd like to honor one of our past producers, barn superintendents. And I said, hey, that's a great idea. Let's do it. So with that, we are having the Morris and Wilma Pearson Memorial Award this year. So there'll be a prize given to the grand champion ewe lamb in memory of Morris and Wilma Pearson. Lainey, Ansley, Carrie, will you come here, please? So these are some spin-offs of the Pearson family, right? This is great-grand, right? And Miss Carrie is Morris's granddaughter. Morris was a barn superintendent. I don't even want to tell you how many years ago it's been when I was in 4-H, but I think when I first started 40 years ago, Morris was my barn superintendent. Yeah, and he got us going into some hamps. So we had a grand champion, grand champion Weather. Dad could probably add to that list, but he was just a great man, a great example of what 4-H all was. So with that being said, we're going to honor him this year with a memorial award for the grand champion ewe lamb. So we appreciate that. I'm glad you guys are still around. Hope you stick it. Thank you. So that one was in the program. This one was not in the program. I just thought about it this morning when I saw his wife. Those of you who likes lamb kebabs? Yeah. So those of you who might not know, the guy that's done our lamb kebabs for as long as I can remember is Kurt Cochran. So and Kurt Cochran passed away here a few months ago. His wife was awesomely here this morning. I got to talk to her for a minute, give her a hug, and we both about started crying. And she ended up having to go home. So it's a little overwhelming still, a little too early for her. But just for the many years that Kirk has been around the sheep program back in the day, and then here recently, well, not just recently, but here for quite a while of cooking the kebabs for us. We're going to have also a memorial award this year given to the grand champion Weather. So those are also from anonymous donors as well as the Hamilton County sheep producers. So we're going to honor Kirk in that way. So think about him when you're eating kebabs today. I was hoping Carol would be here so we could all pass along our sympathies to her, but if you see her sometime in the future, let her know. Thanks for that. So let's give that an applause. What up?
What does that do with you?
All right, this is the last thing I'm going to do, and you won't have to hear from me for the rest of the day. Well, just a couple of quick announcements, though. So, if you haven't signed up for showmanship, the list is still up there. Please sign up. If you have somebody that's interested in the Youth Exhibitor Show, which will start approximately 1/2 hour after the senior showmanship ends, you can still sign them up as well. We got a pretty decent list going. It's a fun time for kids who've never showed before. They do have to have a sponsor to give them a lamb and possibly help them out in the ring. You can go out in the ring with them. They can use a halter. There's no rules. So just get somebody new out in the ring, get them exposed to the sheep program. So sign up for that. Sign up for Showmanship. If you've got direct lambs that you don't want to take home and they're not in the auction, get them signed up on the direct sale list. I got to get the numbers to the buyer so I can get our price by the end of today. So if you haven't done that yet, please do that here during the day. All right, so stress. So let's don't stress today, okay? One thing we try to pride ourselves with the sheep show is being low stress, right? It starts in the back with our checking girls. Hats off to them back there. Give me a hand wave. That's your checking girl right there. You come into the ring, see her, or you come into the back. Okay, we'll come in against the wall. We'll go out against the bleachers. Make sure you see her when you first come into the ring. She'll check you off, tell you what class you're in, where to go to wait. All right? Don't forget to wear your exhibitor tags. Make sure those are on. They're all in your packet. And don't use the zip ties to put them on your back. Okay? Use the safety pins to put I'm looking for use the safety pins to put the tag on your back, not the zip ties. Yeah, stay hydrated and eat something. We don't want anybody passing out in the show ring, and that goes for your animals as well. All right, we good there? All right, so lastly, I'm going to introduce our judge. I'm going to hand the microphone off to Pat, and he's got it for the rest of the day. Our judge this year, Mr. Trent Gray. Trent is from Rushville, Indiana. He is a senior merchant at Bunge North America, former Club Lamb producer. Family showed competitively for 10 years, and he's judged throughout the Midwest for plus or minus 20 years. So let's give it up again for our judge today, Mr. Trent Gray. Senior halter, 5 minutes. Senior halter class starts in 5 minutes.
Do you want all this?
Hi everybody, my name's Avery Williams and I'm your 2023 Miss Hamilton County. Hi everybody, I'm Mary Rizwan Siedler and I'm your first runner-up. Hello, I am Sophia Beeson and I am second runner-up. Hello, my name is Megan Haas and I'm your third runner-up. Hi everyone, I'm Sophia Hugh and your fourth runner-up. Hi, I'm Miss Congeniality and my name is Max Smith, and we'd like to say a huge thank you to all the volunteers that are helping put this show on. It couldn't be possible without them.
Well, let's give our Queens Court a big round of applause and thank them for coming out today to help hand out some ribbons. Last call for senior halter class exhibitors to the makeup ring. Senior halter class exhibitors to the makeup ring. All right, now entering the ring, senior class halter showman. Intermediate halter class should be in the makeup ring. Intermediate halter class in the makeup ring.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here to work with your kids here through the day and judge your sheep, and hopefully we'll have good weather as we go out through the day here. Off to a nice start with our halter class here. Basically, what I'm looking for here is getting around the room nice, or getting around the ring nice and smooth, keeping that head up the best you can. Kind of stay off your animal, keep some space between you and your animal. Once you get to where you're stopping, get them set up the best you can. Using that halter, I'd like to see a fairly close grip on that halter. Obviously, you're not going to touch your animal, but keeping that head up, keeping them looking as square and as level down their top as you can. Give them a nice hand, and I'll go pick you a champion in reserve.
Now in the ring, intermediate halter class. We are now calling junior halter class showman to the makeup ring. Junior halter class showman to the makeup ring. Our champion senior halter class showman was Chaz McMurtry. Reserve champion, Abigail Holloway.
Again, very nice job. Several competitors here. All of you do a very nice job of getting around the ring nice and smooth. Want to make sure we keep that head up, as I said before, get them walking with that top line as straight as we can. Once you get to your position, just get them set up the best you can without having to fight them too much, and make them look as square, head up, level down their top as you can. Give them a hand, I'll pick your champion and your reserve.
Your champion, Eva Beckner. Reserve champion, Wyatt Rude. Now entering the show ring are our junior halter showmen. Please bring up Class 1 Blackface Cross U's to the makeup ring. Class 1 Blackface Cross U's to the makeup ring. Azalea Davidson, Hallie Scheller, Jonathan Muir, Jackson Ritter, Izzy Grau, and Henry Brogan to the makeup ring.
Again, excellent job. All four competitors do a nice job getting around the ring. And as I said, once they get their animals set up. And, you know, it's not an easy thing to do every time. I know these animals have a mind of their own, but just keep working at it and try to keep them in the best position you can. You all done a nice job. I think there's a couple of them out here that are, I think, just a touch better at very close all the way down through. Let's give them a hand, and we'll pick your champion in reserve.
Your champion junior, Ainsley Mendenhall. Reserve champion, Ruby Morris. Let's give all our halter showmen a big round of applause. We're now going to get started on our breeding ewe show. Entering the ring, Class 1 Blackface Cross Spring Ewe Lambs. Please bring up Class 2 Blackface Cross Springs, Jackson Ritter, Catherine Hoffmeister, Faith Lehman, Quinn Brogan, and William Brogan to the makeup ring. Class 2 Blackface Cross to the makeup ring. I do want to make an announcement. We do have a photographer here today getting pictures of all our exhibitors. The company is Simplicity Creative. There's a QR code in the back on a poster, so if you guys want to see those pictures, check out that QR code by their banner, or find Morgan Hauger for that information. If you have any friends and family that couldn't make it to the show today, they can tune in to Hamilton County TV or watch anytime at www.hctv1.com. There's live streaming available. If you need any more information, come to the head table. We can help you out with that.
Nice class of crossbred ewes to get the show started with here. Young man's ewe. The start of the class, I think, is one that's very complete for me. This one is wide through the center portion of her body. She's big up over her top. She ties that shoulder in nicely at the right angle. When you track her from behind, she's nice and wide. She has got a good reach when you put her in motion. I think when you put her in motion, that's where she excels, really holds herself together. I think maybe better than anything in the class. Young lady in second here, another one really tall fronted, extended kind of ewe. I like this one right there, and that shoulder also bounces up nicely for us. When you get right behind this one, she falls a little bit short when you study her width as she walks away from you, not quite as wide through that stifle area, I think, is our number one ewe. Young lady in third here, another nice big productive kind of ewe, really wide through the center portion of her body. This one's carrying a little more coverage. She wants to get a little bit more open at the top of that shoulder and a little bit more narrow at the ground when you study her from behind compared to those two up above her. Then young man fourth here, another one. I appreciate the front two-thirds of this sheep. This one is extended. It's got some nice turn to that rib, really big and massive over her rack shape. This one just gets a little piecey as you get back there. Doesn't quite tie into its hip. Gets a little flatter as you study her from behind compared to them ones up above her. Young man coming in fifth here. Another nice, long, attractive type of ewe here. One that just gets a little more narrow, a little more plain as you study her compared to the ones up above. Then we round out the class with a nice Shetland Iberian sheep here. One that's just was just getting out horse today. It's a nice ewe in its own right. One that just comes in quite a bit smaller than everything else in the class.
First place, Jackson Ritter. Second place, Hallie Scheller. Third place, Izzy Grau. Fourth place, Jonathan Muir. Fifth place, Henry Brogan. Sixth place, Azalea Davidson. Now entering the show ring, Class 2, Spring Ewes. We now need to bring Class 3, Blackface Fall Ewe, to the makeup ring with Cole Ritter. Let's also bring up Class 4, the yearling Blackface Cross, Eva Beckner. As our Class 2 enters the ring, I'd like to give a shout out to our show sponsors and our Sheep Award sponsors, Hamilton County Sheep Producers, the Beckner family, the Ritter family, Carson Club Lambs, VIP Club Lambs, and United Feeds. Let's give them a round of applause for the help with our show and sponsoring some of our awards.
Another nice class of crossbred ewes here. Young man to start with, again, one I think ties together very nicely up through the front end. This sheep's extended. She's really connects that neck in up there. She lays her shoulder in right. She's massive up over her top. When you put her in motion, she has a good reach to her. I think one that just comes to the top quite nicely for me. Young lady in second here, this is one long-sided sheep, really thick up top. One that does bounce up nicely, extended, bounces up nicely. This one gets a little more opened up in the top of its shoulder when you compare it to our class winner. It gets a little more round up over that rack shape because of that. But other than that, the very close placing from there back. This one is really massive when you study her from behind. Really good on her feet and legs. I like that sheep a lot. Young lady in third here, I think another one that bounces up nicely for us. Not quite as clean up through that front end, not quite as extended. This one's carrying more condition than the top two. And as you get your hands on her, she actually is a little bit more narrow from front to back as you study up over her top line compared to our top two. Then we got a pair to end up the class here. I think a couple of long-sided, good profiling kind of sheep. Ones that are more of a productive kind of a sheep, commercial type of sheep. They get a little bit flatter in their forerib, get a little bit flatter as you're studying behind down through that stifle, but ones that are very attractive as you place them on the side.
Results of Class 2. First place, Jackson Ritter. Second place, Faith Lehman. Third place, Catherine Hoffmeister. Fourth place, Quinn Brogan, and fifth place, William Brogan. Now entering the ring are single entry blackface cross fall ewe. We should have Class 4, Eva Beckner with the blackface cross yearling ewe in the makeup ring. Please bring up Class 6, Columbia Fall, Tegan Horney to the makeup ring.
Good young man brings us a single entry in the fall ewe category here, one that could surely stand some competition. Really appreciate this ewe as you study her, how extended she is through her front end. When you look at her lines, get back and study her from the side, she runs downhill from front to back as we like to see them. She's really wide and expressive as you study her over top. As you put her in motion, she doesn't disappoint you. She covers her track well. She's really big-footed right at the ground, wide up underneath. A really nice, complete kind of ewe for him to bring to us.
Cole Ritter, first place, Class 3. Now entering the ring, Class 4, blackface yearling ewe, Eva Beckner. We'd like to have Class 6, Columbia Fall ewe, Tegan Horney, and Class 7, Cotswold Spring ewe, Ashley Ainsley Mendenhall to the makeup ring.
again, young ladies, single entry yearling here for us. I think, again, a very complete kind of a ewe for us. Very good extension up through her front end. I like the way she lays that shoulder in. One, it is she's very fresh for a yearling. Sometimes they'll get a little soggy on you, but she's really good at the ground. She's big-footed. When you put her in motion, she covers her track and has a nice reach off those back legs. One that keeps her top line intact. As I said, a very complete kind of ewe for the young lady to bring out to us.
First place, Eva Beckner. We'll now bring in our first and second place from our Blackface Cross U shows to get our champion Blackface Cross. First place out of Class 1 was Jackson Ritter. Second place, Hallie Scheller. Out of Class 2, first place, Jackson Ritter. Second place, Faith Lehman. Then out of Class 3 and 4, we'll have Cole Ritter and Eva Beckner, respectively.
Really nice crossbred drive to start our U show off with. 6 quality individuals out here. You know, you could take any one of these home and start a flock and be happy with them. So, you know, we're picking them apart here, you know, by pretty fine hairs sometimes on getting to our top ones and, you know, what I like. And, you know, obviously we like to build them good at the ground. We like to see them in motion, you know, reach and fill that front track. You like them wide at the bottom, wide through the center portion of their body, and then up top you want to have that good extension up through the front end lay that shoulder into that rib cage, and then have them be nice and wide and three-dimensional down up over their top to raise that next show whether our next ram or our next ewe out of those and continue that breeding on. I think there's a couple of them up here that do it for me. All of them have most of those traits to speak of. I think there's a couple of them that are just slightly better, maybe through the front end in that extension. They're a little flatter, a little square, maybe out over that hind saddle as I study them at the 3/4 angle. And as you get in behind them, your fall ewe is going to be your champion. And we'll drop down to Class 1 for your reserve. Good job, guys. Nice job, guys.
Champion is the fall with Cole Ritter. Reserve champion is Jackson Ritter. Now entering the ring, Columbia Fall U, Tegan Horney. We should have Class 7 Cotswold, Ainsley Mendenhall, and Class 8 Cotswold, Ainsley Mendenhall to the makeup ring.
Young lady, single entry, I think one you appreciate when you study her through a side profile. She is one that's pretty level down her top, wants to roll out maybe a little bit into that dock area, but that's pretty critical of a nice ewe in this breed. Very extended, very good on her feet and legs. I think one, as you put her in motion, if it's going to change her a little bit, she wants to get outside herself maybe a little bit on those back wheels, but one that is very attractive from the side, one that's very extended. I really appreciate her bringing that breed out to us today.
Your champion, Columbia, Tegan Horney. Now entering the ring, Class 7 Cotswold, Spring U, Ainsley Mendenhall. We should have Class 8 and 9 Cotswold yearlings in the makeup ring.
And the only single entry here, I think one that you really appreciate when she gets this one set up for you. She really paints a nice picture for you. She puts those legs nice and square for us. One that's up on her passer. When you put her in motion, she holds herself together very nicely. One that carried a nice fleece on her. When you get inside that fleece, there's really a nice sheep down in there. She had a nice turn to her rib. She's one that's level down her top. One that I really appreciate her bringing out to us here today.
Ainsley Mendenhall, first place, Class 7. Now entering the ring, Class 8, Ainsley Mendenhall, the yearling Cotswold. Let's please have Class 10 and 11 Dorset Advantage Spring and Yearling to the makeup ring. Graham Curtis, Hallie Scheller, and Jonathan Muir to the makeup ring. Dorset Advantage to the makeup ring.
You know, a single entry yearling here, very very similar to our ULAM one. You really appreciate when she gets her set up. She is really good from the side view. One that bounces up nicely for us. She's up on those legs. She's extended through her front end. When you get down under that wool, this one is really wide. She opens up through the center portion of her body, carries that as she gets wider back into her hip and down through her stifle area. Really nice representation of her breed here this afternoon, this morning.
We are now showing for our champion Cotswold, both exhibited by Ainsley Mendenhall.
Really nice division here. I think both sheep have their structural integrity is very good. Both of them are built well. They're carrying good fleece on them. We studied from the ground up. They're really good. They track themselves well. They're extended. They look nice, and they balance up nicely from the side. I think we just get that extra width and dimension out of our yearling. She'll be your champion. The lamb will be your reserve.
The yearling Cotswold was the champion, exhibited by Ainsley Mendenhall, and reserve champion goes to Ainsley Mendenhall. Now entering the ring, Class 10, Dorset Advantage Springs. We should have Class 11, Dorset Advantage. Okay, we will be finishing this class and then taking a small break due to the lightning. So please, if you're in the makeup ring with your lambs, take them back to the barn. We recommend that you move to the exhibition hall.
nice pair of ewes in our Dorset Advantage class. The young man in front, giving up a little bit of length of side, I think, as you compare them. This one's really rugged at the ground, though. I think one, when you study them, especially in that front two-thirds, really opens up in that full rib. I think one that lays that shoulder in nicely, and she is just packed up on top from one end to the other. Just study her from behind. She has that extra flare to her stifle area. I think, you know, a really nice shoe. Nothing not to take anything away from our one and second here. One, I do appreciate the extension of this shoe. She does give us that little extra length of body here. One that just doesn't open up quite as much, is a little bit flatter, I think, a little longer in that full rib. One, as you study her from behind, just doesn't quite have that flare, doesn't have that width right at the ground as you study them from there up.
First place, Class 10, Graham Curtis. Second place, Hallie Scheller. We will now be taking a small break. We will let you know when the all clear has been sounded. Okay, we should be resuming our show in about 10 minutes, pending no more lightning strikes. So be prepared to start the show back up in 10 minutes, unless you hear from me otherwise. will now be beginning the sheep show again. We need to have Class 11, Jonathan Muir, in the makeup ring. Please bring up Class 13, Dorset Falls, Cassidy Shackle, and Class 14, Hampshire Fitted Springs, Avery Hills, and Laney Mendenhall to the makeup ring. Now entering the show ring, Class 11 Dorset Advantage yearling, Jonathan Muir. And thank you everyone for your patience. We're going to try to work through this today. We have a lot of storms popping up throughout the day, so please be patient with everyone, especially those of us here volunteering.
Young man, single entry yearling here. I think one, you really appreciate the balance of this sheep. When you study her from the side, she runs downhill from the top of that shoulder down into her hip. She's good up through her front end. She's really good on her feet and legs as you put her in motion. She holds herself together nicely. Who's going to change her a little, maybe open her up as you study her from right behind, level out that hip and open her up right in that hip. That's been pretty critical for a very nice shoe. Congratulations, young man.
Jonathan Muir, first place, Dorset Advantage yearling. Now entering the ring, we'll be showing for our Dorset Advantage champion. First place out of our spring class was Graham Curtis, and second place was Hallie Scheller. And we'll be bringing Jonathan Muir back out with his first place yearling. Please bring Class 14 and Class 15 Hampshire Fitted ewes to the makeup ring. Avery Hills, Laney Mendenhall, and Ainsley Mendenhall.
Three quality sheep here for our champion drive. I think all of them possess a good qualities as you study them from the ground up. I think as you get up on top of them, there's a couple of them here that obviously just open up a little more right off of both ends. That pair of lambs will be your champion and your reserve.
Your champion, Graham Curtis. Reserve champion, Hallie Scheller. Now entering the ring, Dorset Fall U, exhibited by Cassidy Shackle.
young ladies follow you here, one that you really appreciate when you study this one on the side. She's dead level down her top. A nice fit job by the young lady, but when you get down under that wool, she is really level down her top, out and square, up over her shoulders, and has a nice turn to her rib. She's up on her passengers, really good up through that front end. I think when you put her in motion is pretty nice. If I was going to change her a little, I'd probably open her up a little bit on that on those rear wheels. She wants to toe in a little bit as you study her going away from you, but that's being pretty critical of a very nice shoe. Congratulations to that young lady.
Champion at Dorset, Cassidy Shakel. Now entering the ring, Class 14, Hampshire Fitted Springs. We should have Class 15 and Class 16 Hampshire Fitted ewes in the makeup ring, Ainsley Mendenhall and Lainey Mendenhall.
You went there and didn't tell me? What a god. What a deal, man. Such a champion. I'm not getting in that thing later.
Nice pair of Hampshire ewes. The only ewes I'm going to start with, I think one that structurally I like this one a touch better. This one's really good at the ground, really rugged, big bone, kind of a sheep. One that's tall fronted, lay that shoulder in very nicely. I think when you put these two in motion, that's where she excels. She's really level down that top. She's square out of her hip as you take her right on down into that leg. The only second has the advantage of a little bit more capacity. This sheep is opened up just a little more, I think, than the one up front. This one, though, concerns me a little when you put her in motion. She wants to get down on those pasterns a little bit. She wants to run downhill and get up in her spine ever so slightly, I think, when you compare her to the one up front.
Good job.
First place, Lainey Mendenhall. Second place, Avery Hills. Now entering the show ring, Class 15 Hampshire Fitted Fall Ewe, exhibited by Ainsley Mendenhall. Class 16 should be in the makeup ring. Class 17, please make your way to the makeup ring. Cole Ritter, Faith Lehman, Davey Scheller.
nice single entry in the fall division. I think one that you really appreciate the extension up to her front end. She is good down to the ground. She's opened up in her full rib. She's leveled down her top. She gets progressively wider as you get back into her hip and down into her leg. Very nice complete use for the young lady to bring to us.
First place, Ainsley Mendenhall. Now entering the ring, Class 16, yearling Hampshire Fitted ewe. We should have Class 17, Cole Ritter, Faith Lehman, Davey Scheller in the makeup ring, followed by Class 18 and 19 Hampshire Slicks, Falls and yearling Jackson Ritter and Cassidy Shakel.
Her yearling ewe, I think one, when you study this one coming at you, she's really opened up and up underneath that chest floor, up into that heart area. She's got a nice turn to that full rib. She's opened up to the center portion of her body. She's wide as she tracks away from you. She holds herself dead level as you put her in motion. I think one that you really appreciate when you see her in motion. She has a nice reach off the front end, and then she covers that track very nicely off that back end. Very nice, complete kind of a ewe for the young lady. Congratulations.
First place, Laney Mendenhall. Now bringing in Class 17 Hampshire Slick Spring Ewes. We should have Class 18 and Class 19 Hampshire Slick Falls and Yearlings in the makeup ring. Jackson Ritter and Cassidy Shakel.
Really nice class of Hampshire ewe lambs here. Young man, I think we start with. This is one that's pretty good off of both ends. This one's up on her pattern. She's wide as you study her up underneath. She opens up through the center portion of her body. She's level down her top. Very good extension. I think one that just falls into that first hole for me here. Close placing here in these first two. I think we get in the second here. Another one that's really wide and expressive down her top. She's big at the ground. She's wide enough. She doesn't quite come out as expressive up over her top. Maybe gets a little bit longer in that shoulder. Not quite placed in there as tight as our class winner, but not take much away from that one. It's a really good ewe in second. Another really nice one in third here. This ewe is really fresh. She's just packed with muscle. This one is just loaded up. You can see that groove down her top. This is the one that gets the shortest coupled, the most narrow to ground. When you put her in motion, she wants to run down into that shoulder, I think, when you compare her to those top two.
First place, Cole Ritter. Second place, Faith Lehman. And third place, Davy Scheller. Now entering the ring, class 18, Hampshire Slick Fall ewe, exhibited by Jackson Ritter. Please bring up class 21 and class 22 Horn Dorset ewes. Caitlin Shakel and Cooper Crowder.
Young man, single entry, one you appreciate for the sure mass and power of this ewe. She's really wide through the center portion of her body. She is good up through that front, lays that shoulder in nicely for a big, powerful ewe. She's big and rugged at the ground. Got plenty of extension for us. I think a really nice, complete kind of a ewe.
First place went to Jackson Ritter. Now in the ring is Cassidy Shakel with her Hampshire Slick Shorn yearling ewe. Very nice yearling young lady brings to us out here. One that, again, has really opened up, has just studied her from the ground up. I think one that has plenty of extension. She handles very fresh for a yearling today. It's pretty easy to get a little extra cover on them, get them down in their front. She does run uphill into that shoulder. One is very wide and flat as you stay up over top. Carries that back into a really nice, flat, wide hip
and down into a leg there. A very nice shoe for that young lady to bring out to us here today. Congratulations to her.
First place, Cassidy Shakel, who will now be showing for our champion and reserve champion, Hampshire Ewes. Please have Class 22 Horn Dorset Yearlings, Caitlin Shakel and Cooper Crowder in the makeup ring. We also need to start getting the Katahdin breed up to the makeup ring, Eva Beckner.
Really nice Hampshire division here with our slicks and our fitted sheep. Not taking anything away from any of these good quality sheep throughout here. I'm thinking this whole lineup, to me, we got good structure throughout from most of them. Maybe tweak a thing or two here and there. A couple of them we might want to open up a little more, but I think when we get down to it, for me today, there's a couple of them that are just really good right at the ground. They're opened up, they're level down their tops. They're opened up nice and wide through the center portion of the body, and then we get right in behind them. They're really wide and flat, that pin set. They carry that right down into that leg. Yearling will be your champion, and we'll drop down to the slick-sheared ewe lamb for your reserve.
She is doing a little better.
Our champion goes to Cassidy Schickel, reserve champion Cole Ritter. We are now bringing class 22 Horn Dorsets exhibited by Caitlin Schickel and Cooper Crowder. Now we need to have class 24 and class 25 Cantata and Ewes exhibited by Eva Beckner in the makeup ring.
We have a nice pair of Horn Dorsets here, young lady we start with. One that's really tall fronted. I appreciate that about her. She's level down her top. Nice fit job by the young ladies here. But when you get down under that wool, there's a really nice big sheep under there. She's got a really good turn to her forerib. She's opened up. She's level down her top. She's expressive. She's wide in her hip, and she's really good right down to the ground as you put her in motion. Not taking anything away from the young man in the second here. Nice long-sided ewe. I think one that balances up nicely for us also. This one just isn't quite as wide, isn't quite as three-dimensional when you get right up on top of her compared to our class winner.
Your champion, Horn Dorset, is exhibited by Caitlin Schickel, reserve champion Cooper Crowder. Now entering the ring, class 24 Katahdin Spring U. We should have class 25 in the makeup ring. Please bring up class 27 Lincoln Spring U, Tessa Hartwick and Stella Hartwick.
Young ladies, Katahdin is one I really appreciate for this breed, that it has plenty of width when you study her off of both ends. I think one that's very good on her feet and legs. She is extended and she's very level. This breed notoriously, kind of has that rolling hip to them a little bit anyway, but she is really dead level as you put her in motion. A really nice representation of this breed.
First place, Eva Beckner. Now entering the ring, Class 25 Katahdin Fall Ewes. Once again, Class 27, please be in the makeup ring, Tessa Hartwick and Stella Hartwick.
Anyways, follow you again, following up that lamb. I think one that is very good as you put her in motion. She has a very fluid stride about her. One that's level down her top. She's got a nice turn to that forerib. Plenty of extension up through her front end. Very nice shoe for her to bring to us today.
First place, Eva Beckner, who will now be showing for our champion, Katahdin Ewe. Please have Class 27 and 28, Lincoln's Ewes, Tessa Hartwick and Stella Hartwick in the makeup ring.
Nice pair of Katahdin Ewes for the young lady to bring to us. I think very similar in their qualities as we spoke about them in class here, but I think there's one that opens up just a little bit more in her forerib, maybe just a little better right there at the point of the shoulder. That'll be your young lady's lamb up front. Will be your champion, and the fall will be your reserve.
Champion is the spring ewe exhibited by Eva Beckner. Reserve champion was the fall ewe, Eva Beckner. Now entering the ring, Class 27 Lincoln Spring Ewes, Tessa Hartwick and Stella Hartwick. Please bring up Class 30 Natural Colored Spring Ewes, Lainey Mendenhall and Evie Millsaps.
Well, just in our Lincoln ewe lambs here, I think similarities, obviously, both of them carrying a very nice fleece. They're both up on their passenger, good on their legs. I think we start the class here with one that's a little wider right at the ground. She's a little more opened up when you study her up over the top of her rib cage. I think one, as you get right in behind her, she's a little bit wider in that pin set, a little bit more level as you roll right out through that dock. In a second, again, here's one that's very good on front legs. Not quite as opened up when you study her right up over her top. She wants to roll out of that hip, I think, slightly as you compare her to our class winner.
First place, class 27, goes to Tessa Hartwick. Second place, Stella Hartwick. Now entering the ring, class 28, Lincoln Yearling Ewes, Tessa Hartwick and Stella Hartwick. Please have class 30, Natural Colored Spring, Lainey Mendenhall and Evie Millsaps in the makeup ring, followed by class 31, Natural Colored Yearling, Cassidy Shakel to the makeup ring.
That's for a yearling. Lincoln's here, a young lady we start with here. Again, one that is really good when you study her from the ground up. She opens up into her chest floor. She's nice and clean in that shoulder placement. When you get up on top of her, she lays those right into the top. She's level down her top, and I think she's really wide as you study her in her pin set out through her stifle. Well, in a second here, again, another one that has plenty of turn to that forerib, not quite as opened up as our class winner. I think one when you get your hands on her, and you get up right in behind her, she's not quite as wide in that pin set, not quite as wide down through that stifle area and out over that rump.
First place, Stella Hartwick. Second place, Tessa Hartwick. Now we will be showing for our champion and reserve champion, Lincoln Ewes.
Nice division of Lincolns here. I think all four of them, as we spoke earlier, I got to check out some wool earlier this morning. They're all carrying some pretty nice fleeces on them. when we study them here as females, though, I think there's a couple of them that just open up a little bit more right from the ground up. I think they're level down their top. They're big in their hip shape. I think the ones that longevity-wise, I think are really, you can see them coming around and raising lambs for these young ladies for years to come. These 2 yearlings will be your champion and your reserve.
Your champion goes to the yearling Stella Hartwick, and reserve champion go to the yearling Tessa Hartwick. Now entering the ring, Class 30 Natural Colored Spring Ewes, Lainey Mendenhall and Evie Millsaps. We should already have Class 31 Cassidy Shakel in the makeup ring. Please start bringing up Class 33 Oxford Spring Faith Lehman.
Here, I think one that gives us a little extra length of side. I think one that gives us a little extra length of side. I like how extended she is. She's tucked up in that front end of that chest floor. She's wide as you study her in that chest floor. She opens up nicely to the center portion of her body. She's wide. She's flat out through her hip area. I think very good on her feet and her pasterns. Ladies, second here, another nice attractive view from the side. Really appreciate this one down her top line also. She gets a little bit more narrow when you study her right at the ground, right up through her heart when you compare her to our class winner. Not quite as pushed up into that chest floor, I think, when you study her in that breastplate. Not quite as wide and flat out through that hip area as our first place ewe.
First place, Evie Millsaps. Second place, Lainey Mendenhall. Now ending the show ring, Class 31 Natural Colored Yearlings, Cassidy Shakel. Please have Faith Lehman with their Oxford Spring in the makeup ring.
Young lady single entry one, you really appreciate for a yearling here the way she's held herself together. She's very fresh for a yearling. She really runs uphill. She's extended up to her front end. She hasn't broken down into that front end like you see some sheep as they get some age on them. She's really square down her top. She's wide as you get right in behind her. She's big and rugged at the ground. One that really fits together nicely for us. If I was going to change her a little, I'd like to free her up maybe a little bit on those back wheels. She gets a little bit stiff, but that's being pretty critical of a very high quality ewe. Congratulations to this young lady.
First placement to Cassie Shakel. We will now be showing for our champion and reserve champion natural colored ewes. Please have Faith Lehman with the Oxford ewe in the makeup ring. We also need class 34 and class 35 Shetland ewes. Laurel Hodges, Karina Hodges, Mira Modglin, Melanie Kleinbella, and William Hodges.
We talked about these ewes in our class, and three high quality ewes here. I think all structurally pretty good. They all carry a good fleece on them. They're pretty level down their top. I think there's one here. As I stated this yearling, would I like to change her back wheels? Yes. But other than that, I think they're just too much good there, too much ewe to discount. I'd like that one to be your champion. Ewe Lamb will be your reserve.
The champion was the yearling, exhibited by Cassidy Shakel. Reserve champion was the spring ewe, Evie Millsaps. Now entering the ring, Faith Lehman with the Oxford Spring ewe. We should have class 34 and class 35 Shetland ewes in the makeup ring.
Young lady single entry, one you really appreciate when you get right up on top of her. She is really packed with three-dimensional muscle. She's wide. She's level down her top. Very long-sided for a sheep that at this age and holding herself together in that top line the way she does. She's square out of her hip. She's big-footed. She's wide up underneath, very extended up front. a very nice shoe for her to bring out to us. Congratulations to this young lady.
Champion Oxford was Faith Lehman. Now entering the ring is class 34.
Showing the young ladies to start the class for me is the one that's the most, this is the most level at the top. This is the one that's opened up the most right at the ground. She's the biggest footed of the three. She's the longest percentage hindsight of the three. She's the widest in her hip shape, I think, brings her to the top. Wait a second, here's another long-sided one. I think pretty good on her feet and legs. She gives up some structure as you get down right down to the ground. She's not quite as big-footed, not quite as good on those back legs. This one gets a little easier in her spine as you study her to our class winner. Only in 30 here, I think another one that just, I'd like to fix her up maybe a little bit on her front legs, tie that shoulder a little bit. She gets to be the shortest coupled, the shortest hind saddled of the three. Nice class of Shetland sheep.
First place, Laurel Hodges. Second place, Mira Modlin. Third place, Karina Hodges. Now entering the ring, class 35, Shetland Yearlings. Exhibited by Melanie Kleinbell, Mira Modlin, and William Hodges. Please bring up class 37, Shropshire Springs, Nicholas Reif, Faith Lehman, and Zachary Reif. We will be doing a short lunch break after the U drive, but we will not be taking an extended one due to the lightning delay earlier.
Young ladies yearling I chose to start with, I think, is the one that's the most level down top. This is the one that's the most rugged at the ground. She's long-sided. She's really carrying a heavy fleece on her. I appreciate that about her. But she is level. She's up front. She's extended. I think she comes to the top of the class quite nicely for us. Second here, another one that's extended. One that's not quite as up front, I think. When you put her in motion, she wants to get down a little bit, not quite carrying the width on both ends, I think, of our class winner, but another nice U to come in second there. Young man third here, another long-sided type of U, one that gives up some width on both ends. This one is the most finest featured as you study here right to ground. 3 nice Shetland sheep for them to bring out to us.
First place, Melanie Kleinbell. Second place, Mira Modlin. Third place, William Hodges. We will now be showing for our champion and reserve champion, Shetland Ewes. Please have Class 37 and Class 38 Shropshire Spring and Fall Ewes. Nicholas Reif, Faith Lehman, Zachary Reif, Cassidy Shakel, and Nicholas Reif to the makeup ring.
Shetland Drive, 4 nice individuals out here. I think that to me there's 2 of them that as you study them, they're a little bit better up through their top line. They're a little wider as you study them from the ground up. They're a little wider when you get right in behind them and right up over top of them. That'll be your 2 yearlings. That's your champion in reserve.
Champion goes to Melanie Kleinbell. Reserve champion, Mira Modlin. Now entering the ring, Class 37 Shropshire Spring Ewes, Nicholas Reif, Faith Lehman, and Zachary Reif. We should have Class 38 in the makeup ring, and please start bringing up Class 39 Shropshire Yearlings, Zachary Reif, and Cassidy Shakel.
We'll start the class with the young ladies, UM, I think, that just kind of outpowers the division here. She's wide at the ground. She's opened up in her chest floor. She's wide through the center portion of her body. She is nice and long throughout. She's level down her top. She's nice and extended. Really nice, complete kind of view to start the class with. Come in second. You really appreciate this one when you start it from the side. Really tall front view. Really appreciate that front end. That shoulder lays in nice. A nice long-sided cheek. This one just gets flatter on both ends. Doesn't give us the leg shape. Doesn't quite give us the turn in that full rib as our class winner. And then the young man third, same thing here. This one gets a little bit more narrow as you study it right up over top. Similar to one in second here. I think one that just gets a little longer in that shoulder, gets a little deeper out into that front end when you compare it to our second place shoot. Good job.
First place goes to Faith Lehman, second place Nicholas Reif, and third place Zachary Reif. Now entering the show ring, class 38 fall U's. We should have class 39 in the makeup ring. Please start bringing up class 41, Southdown Springs. Graham Curtis, Hallie Scheller, John Crowder, and Caitlin Shakel.
As you start a class with here, I think one that really appreciated when she gets this one propped up, how tall fronted she is. She runs down the hill from flank to flank. She runs level downhill into that hip. She is wide. You see a big groove down her top. She's opened up in her center portion of her body. She's really cleaned up through that front end. I think a very nice shoe for her to bring out to us. Young man, the second here, I think one that really long-sided you. Another one you appreciate from the side view. When you get right up on top of her, she just gets a little bit more narrow, a little flatter, a little plainer, I think, as you compare her to our class winner.
Class 38, first place Cassidy Shakel, second place Nicholas Reif. Now entering the ring, class 39 Shropshire Yearling Ewes. We should have class 41 in the makeup ring. Please start bringing up class 42 Southdown Spring Ewes. Allie Brennan, Lillian Williamson, Harper Macy, Ainsley Mendenhall, Kendall Payton, and Allie Brennan.
nice pair of Shropshire yearlings here. Young lady wins the class here. Again, one that's very tall fronted. I think both these sheep possess enough power. This one has really opened up. As you study her, she's rugged at the ground. She's big through the center portion of her body. She's good in her shoulder. Kind of a little bit of condition, but other than that, she's a really good sheep under that extra coat of bark that she's carrying today. Really flat out of her hip, really square and expressive as you study her from behind. Young man second here, same thing. Really like this sheep in front 2/3. Really opened up in her forerib. One that's got some product up over her top. Like to drop her maybe in her flank a little bit, make her a little taller fronted compared to our class winner, and give her a little bit more flair as you study her from behind compared to our class winner.
First place, Cassidy Shakel. Second place is Zachary Reif. We will now show for our Shropshire EU champion and reserve champion.
Really nice shop for the division here. We got sheep with plenty of power. We've got sheep that are they're made right to ground. I think we've got, we talked about the differences in them. I think there's two of them out here. There's one I think that's just extremely powerful. Plus, nice and fresh today, puts that all together for us. We got another one maybe that's really powerful, carrying a little extra cover, and then we got one that's fresh, that's plenty powerful in my mind, and in a good skeleton. And with that being said, for me today, your fall will be your champion, and your lamb will be your reserve.
Champion goes to Cassidy Shakel. Reserve champion, Faith Lehman. Now entering the show ring, South Down Spring U's exhibited by Graham Curtis, Hallie Scheller, John Crowder, and Caitlin Shakel. We should have Class 42 Southdowns in the makeup ring. Please start bringing Class 43 Southdown Full U's, Davey Scheller and John Crowder.
Real nice group of Southdown ULMs here. I think we sorted through some differences here in it. In my mind, I've got the one at the top here. I think structurally this one's really good. She's really good at the ground. She balances up very nice. When you get back and young man gets her propped up, she really paints a nice picture for you. She's extended to that front end. Her shoulder placement is impeccable. She's level down that top. She's nice and fresh today. She's square out of that hip. Does she give up a little bit of width? Probably, but she's wide enough for me today. Young man second, again, a nice tall front one. This one gets a little softer on her handle. She gets a little plainer as you get right up over top of her, and when you study her up over that rack shape and out in through that hip as our class winner. Same as young lady in third. I appreciate the overall mass of this one. She's a little shorter couple maybe than the two above her. She gets a little higher in that shoulder, a little longer in that shoulder. She gets a little flatter as you study her in her forerib, a little rounder, a little softer right up over that rack back as you stare at them two above her. Same with the lane fourth there, another long-sided one. I really appreciate. She just gets flatter in that forerib. She gets rounder as you stutter up over her top. Not quite as wide as you stutter in her hip and down into her leg to get her up an A higher in this class.
First place, Graham Curtis. Second place, John Crowder. Third place, Caitlin Shakel. Fourth place, Hallie Scheller. Now entering the ring, Class 42 Southdown Spring Ewes. We should have Class 43 in the makeup ring. Please bring up Class 44 Southdown Yearlings, John Crowder and Allie Francis. Allie Brennan.
really deep class of Southdown U's. You know, we can talk these top two, especially probably back and forth all day long. To me, they're both powerful enough. They're both wide enough. They're good on their feet and legs. They bounce up pretty nicely. I like the extra extension we get out of the sheep in the first place. I like that turn and that full rib just a little bit better. She's a little square right up over that rack. She's level down that top. She's a little bit wider, a little bit squarer in that pin set. She gives up a little bit of lower leg. She gives up just a little bit of center body cavity, I think, but I think she's the one for me that fits up there in that first hole. And as we said, a close placing in second here, one that's got plenty. I think she has the advantage in the center portion of her body. She has the advantage in her lower leg. Not quite as extended, not quite as short and laid in that shoulder, not quite as flat and square up over that rack, not quite as flat and square out over that rope. I think they're a class winner. Not to say I don't like this, and I like this shoe a whole lot. I just put her just a tick behind that one up front. Then laying third here, another one I think just gets a little flatter in that full rib. This one gets a little bit more round as you stud her right up over her rack. Just gets a little bit more round as you stud her from behind. Not quite as flat as you carry that right through that dock as those ones above, but another really nice shoe falling third. Then laying fourth here, this one gets a little bit longer in that shoulder, a little deeper in that chest floor. Doesn't bounce up quite as nicely down into that lower flank. This one's carrying just a little bit more condition. Not quite as expressive, not quite as fresh as those ones up above her day. Then laying fourth here again, this is one that gets a little flatter up front. This is one that I think gets a little deeper in her front. She gets a little pinched right in that heart area as you compare her to the ones up above. Then we get to one here to bring up the rear of the class. The young lady's got a nice long-sided one. This one I'd like to fix up right there. She gets a little bit easy in that spine, right at that shoulder, and it doesn't quite hook up into that hip loin. If you fix them about her, I think we move her up just a little bit in this class.
First place, Lillian Williamson. Second place, Kendall Payton. Third place, Harper Macy. Fourth place, Allie Brennan. Fifth place, Ainsley Mendenhall. Sixth place, Allie Brennan. Now entering the ring, class 43, Southdown Fall U's, Davey Scheller and John Crowder. We should have class 44, Southdown Yearlings in the makeup ring. Please start bringing up class 46, Southbound Baby Doll Spring U's. Once again, a reminder, we will have a short 15-minute break after the U Grand Drive.
some give and take here in our yearlings. I think we've got one that's just super massive, really good in her skeleton. She's wide up underneath the ewe I'm starting with here. There's plenty there. She's good enough in her front end. She's carrying quite a bit of cover today for me. But then we get into second place. I think I really appreciate the balance of this ewe. She runs uphill. She's good down her top. She's handling fresh today. She's just giving up way too much shape. She's giving up too much turn in that forerib. She's giving up quite a bit of shape and width as you study her from behind. Like I said, wherever you want to throw your priorities there, I'm going to allow the cover. I guess you got to give on one or the other. So I'm going to use the one with the most cover, but the one that's opened up the most, got the most to offer, I think, as you study her as a ewe. Not to take anything away from this one in a second. If you want to flip these around all day long and talk them, I think we could. This one just gets a little bit flatter for me when you compare it to the one up front.
First place, John Crowder. Second place, Davey Scheller. Now entering the show ring, Class 44 Yearling South Downs. Please have Class 46 and 47 Southdown Baby Doll, Allie Brennan, to the makeup ring.
Again, our yearling division here, start with one. Is she carrying some condition? Absolutely. But I think one that bounces up very nicely for us for as big and powerful as she is. She does offer us the most width through the center portion of her body. She's wide at the ground. She's tucked up in her chest floor. She is the widest in her forerib. She has the most shape right up over her top. And as you study her from behind out through that stifle area. Then wait a second here, I think another one to give us some length of body. She's opened up in the center portion of her body. She bounces up nice for us. She just gets a little bit more narrow, a little bit more round as you study her shape up over the front. Not quite as wide and expressive as you see her from behind. Same way with the one and third here. I think this gets to be the most narrow as you study her, and her forerib gets the deepest in that forerib. The one that gets the flattest in her outer leg as you study her as compared to the two up above her.
First place, John Crowder. Second and third place, Allie Brennan. We'll now be showing for our champion, Southdown U. as we're picking our champion South down, a reminder for the grand drive. Once we get close there, we will be bringing all the champions out into the ring, and we will have the reserve champions on standby in the makeup ring. So champions and reserves need to be ready for the grand drive after the Whiteface Cross champion is selected.
Apologize for taking a little extra time, but we got a really deep set out here. I think obviously it's kind of probably pretty obvious the 3 or 4 that I'm down to here. I think we've got quality individuals out throughout here, but I think there's a couple, actually 3 of them out here that kind of fit me and their skeleton. They're good up over their tops. They get, when you put them in motion, they don't disappoint you. I think there's a couple of them out here that offer us just a little more, maybe a little more extension, maybe just a little more up over top, a little bit more pop as you study them. That second class is very deep. Those 2 is going to be your champion and your reserve.
Champion goes to Lillian Williamson. Reserve champion Kendall Payton. Now entering the ring, class 46, Southdown Baby Doll Spring U, exhibited by Allie Brennan. Please bring up class 49, Suffolk Spring U, Chaz McMurtry.
Young lady single entry here. I think one you appreciate when you study this one. She's got plenty of width about her. She's wide through the center portion of her body. She bounces up very nicely for her. She gives in that center rib portion. I like that. She drops into that flank from her rear flank, from her full flank to her rear flank. She's wide up underneath. She's level down on her top. Put her in motion. If I was going to change one thing about her, I'd like to get her up on those back pastern just ever so slightly as you put her in motion. But a nice baby doll for the young lady to bring out to us.
First place, Southdown Baby Doll Spring, Allie Brennan. Now showing class 47, Baby Doll Yearling, Allie Brennan. Please have class 49 and class 50, Suffolk Spring and Yearling Ewes, exhibited by Chaz McMurtry in the makeup ring.
champion young lady single entry here. I think one you appreciate for her extension, her length of body for this breed. She's very long behind the saddle. She's very level down her top. She's opened up. When you put her in motion, she sure doesn't disappoint you. She fills her track very nicely. Very nice representation for her to bring to us.
We'll now show for our champion, Southdown Baby Doll.
They're champion and reserve. I think very similar in their makeup. They're wide. They're level down our top. I think one of us gives us just a little more extension, gives us a little bit more width when you stand from behind. And I think when you put them in motion, the young lady's yearling is just a little bit better. That'll be your champion, and the lamb will be your reserve.
Your champion goes to the yearling reserve champion of spring, exhibited by Allie Brennan. Now entering the ring, class 49 Suffolk Spring U, exhibited by Chaz McMurtry. We should have class 50 in the makeup ring. Please start bringing your class 52 and class 53 Texel and Tunises to the makeup ring. Azalea Davidson and Evie Millsaps.
Young man single entry here. I think one that you appreciate when you study her from the side. Really long-sided kind of a sheep. One that's really up on her pastern. She's extra long-necked and extended up to that front end. I think profiles out very nicely for us. When you put her in motion, she handles herself very well as she covers that track with those back legs. I think one that young man will be proud to be brought out today.
First place goes to Chaz McMurtry. We'll now bring in class 50 Suffolk yearling ewes. Please have class 52 and class 53 Texel and Tunis lambs to the makeup ring.
Young man Suffolk here, I think we started class with here. One that is extremely good down his top line. I think as you study from the side, when he gets her set up, she really bounces up nicely for us. She's up on those passers. She's wide through the center portion of her body. I think her advantage is up over her top. She is nice and wide in that rack shape, and she travels that back and gets a little wider as you get back into her hip and loin area. I think that's where she excels in this class. Not to take anything away from the one in second here, another one that's nice down his top line. I think one that bounces up fairly nice for us. Not quite as wide when you get up over top of her. When you put her in motion, she wants to get a little straighter off those back legs, I think, as you compare her to our class winner.
First place, Chaz McMurtry. Second place, Chaz McMurtry. We'll now show for our champion, Suffolk U. We should have the Texel and the Tunis in the makeup ring, class 52, 53, and 54. Azalea Davidson, Evie Millsaps, and Caitlin Shakel in the makeup ring.
For our Suffolk Champion Reserve, I think out of the three here, we've got pretty nice long-sided sheep that balance up pretty nicely for us. I think when you put them in motion and study that extra width and dimension about these, I think that comes down to me for your two yearlings as your champion in your reserve today.
Champion and reserve both goes to Chaz McMurtry with his yearling ewes. Now entering the ring, class 52 Texel yearling exhibited by Azalea Davidson. Please start bringing up class 56 Whiteface Cross spring ewes Aubrey Johnson and Wyatt Martin.
A single entry Texel here for one of our meat breeds, and she sure doesn't disappoint you there. When you get your hands on her, she feels your hand from front to back. She's deep, she's three-dimensional, she's opened up in the center portion of her body. She's really good on her front leg, on her feet and legs, and as she travels around, she does that nice and fluid. Very nice project for the young lady.
Champion Texel exhibited by Azalea Davidson. We will now bring in class 53 Spring Tunis, Evie Millsaps. Please start bringing up getting your lambs ready for the championship drive for the breeding stock show. We need all champions and reserves ready in the makeup ring soon.
any single entry tennis one. I really appreciate when I study her, especially up through that front 2/3, one that lays that shoulder in really nicely. She puts that neck right out on top of those shoulders and extends on out, dead level down her top. She's good in her lines. I think when you put her in motion, she holds herself together nicely. She's wide enough. She's rugged enough for this breed. You know, historically started out pretty fine featured, and they've come a long way in that, as you can see. If that's going to change a little bit, I might pick her up a little bit on those pasterns. She's getting down on those just ever so slightly, but not bad for a high quality ewe. Congratulations to this young lady.
First place, Tunis Spring Evie Millsaps will now bring in Class 54 Tunis Yearling Ewe exhibited by Caitlin Shakel. Please have Class 56 Whiteface Cross Spring Ewes Aubrey Johnson and Wyatt Martin in the makeup ring. We also need to be bringing up all champion and reserve champions of their breeds to the makeup ring.
Again, I think a single entry that could stand a lot of competition. Really tall fronted, kind of a sheep here. One that's extended through his front end. She's opened up. Very nice fit job by this young lady, but you get under that wool and there's a really nice sheep under there. She is opened up in that full rib. She's big down her top. She's big as you get down into her leg. One that, for as big and powerful she is for this breed, really is up on those pasterns. When you put her in motion, she doesn't disappoint you. Very nice representation of this breed for the young lady to bring to us.
First place, Caitlin Shakel. We will now show for our Tunis breed champion. Bring out Evie Millsaps and Caitlin Shakel.
Two high quality ewes here in our Tunis Drive. I think both of them we talked about in class, but I think there's one out here that has plenty of balance along with structural integrity and plenty of power to go along with that. There's just too much of the yearling not to use. Should be your champion, the lamb will be your reserve. Good job.
Champion Tunis goes to the yearling Caitlin Shakel. And reserve champion Evie Millsaps. We'll now bring in Class 56 Whiteface Cross Spring Ewes Aubrey Johnson and Wyatt Martin. All of your breed champions and reserve champions should be in the makeup ring. All your champions and reserve champions to the makeup ring.
start with the young ladies you here in the Whiteface division. I think one that you appreciate her for her extension, how tall for her she is. She's level down her top. When you put her in motion, she doesn't disappoint you. She's very good in her neck set. I think good down her top line and good out into that hip. Will she give up just a little bit of width and dimension? Yes, but I think she's good, especially up in that front two-thirds, to put her at the top of this class. Young man second here does bring us a little more power. This one's a little bit more opened up, a little bit bigger over his top. Doesn't tie into that shoulder quite as nicely. Gets a little deeper in that front end, a little longer in that shoulder. Not quite as good right there at the point of his shoulder as he ties in. Wants to get a little high in that spine. If I could push that spine down in him and jack that front end up, we could probably talk about these two nice sheep to end up the U class here with.
Champion Whiteface Cross, Aubrey Johnson. Reserve champion, Wyatt Martin. Okay, we will start our U Grand Drive with the Blackface Commercial Champion Cole Ritter. Reserve champion was Jackson Ritter. Columbia Champion Tegan Horney. Cotswold Champion Ainsley Mendenhall. The reserve champion was Ainsley Mendenhall. Our Dorset Advantage Graham Curtis. Reserve champion was Hallie Scheller. Our champion Dorset, exhibited by Cassidy Shakel. Our Hampshire was exhibited by Cassidy Shakel. Reserve champion was Cole Ritter. Our Horn Dorset, exhibited by Caitlin Shakel. Reserve champion was Cooper Ritter. Our champion Katahdin, Eva Beckner. Reserve champion was Eva Beckner. Our Lincoln is exhibited by Stella Hartwick. Reserve champion Tessa Hartwick. Natural color champion Cassidy Shakel. Reserve champion Evie Millsap. Our Oxford champion exhibited by Faith Lehman. Shetland champion Melanie Kleinbell. Reserve champion Mira Modglin. Shropshire champion Cassidy Shakel. Reserve champion Faith Lehman. Southdown champion Lillian Williamson. Reserve champion Caitlin Kendall Payton. Southdown Baby Doll Allie Brennan. Reserve champion Allie Brennan. Our Suffolk champion Chaz McMurtry. Reserve champion was Chaz McMurtry. Texel champion Caitlin Shakel. Azalea Davidson. Our Tunis champion was Caitlin Shakel. Reserve champion Evie Millsaps. And our Whiteface Commercial champion Aubrey Johnson and reserve champion Wyatt Martin. Let's give all these kids a big round of applause. As our judges selecting our champion and reserve champion ewe lambs today, I'd like to give another thank you to our Sheep Project and Show Award sponsors, Hamilton County Sheep Producers, the Beckner family, the Ritter family, Carson Club Lambs, VIP Club Lands, and United Feeds. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. Let's give them a round of applause.
How about some applause for all of our showmen out here today? Excellent female show. You just don't find this anywhere you go. For this many breeds and this much quality within each breed, you can take this champion lineup and the reserves also. Just about any one of these breeds, if you wanted to start raising sheep at home, you could take these home and start going with them. They're all deserving out here. Every one of them, I'm challenged with picking 5 of them here. We could take 10 or 12 of them pretty easy and put them in a ring of honor or whatever you want to call it. But just quality throughout. Showmen have done an excellent job. Like I said, I kind of try to look at these that, you can't compare them to each other. You kind of got to compare them to where they are. Do they hold those breed standards? Do they take that breed, onto new heights? Maybe that's something we're looking for. Maybe that outlier, that one that one is very high quality. If you put it in with a group of them at Indiana or wherever you're going, and that's what I'm trying to do here. And some very good sheep are going to get left standing here, and I hate that, but let's give them one more hand, and I'll pick the 5 that I like today.
Champion goes to Cole Ritter, Blackface Commercial. We'll now bring out Jackson Ritter with his reserve, Champion, Blackface Commercial. Your reserve grand champion goes to Graham Curtis with his Dorset Advantage. We'll now bring out Hallie Schuller with her reserve champion, Dorset Advantage. Third overall, Hampshire, Cassidy Shakel will now bring out the reserve champion, Cole Ritter. Fourth overall, Horn Dorset, Caitlin Shakel will now bring out the reserve, Cooper Ritter. Fifth overall goes to the reserve Hamp, Cole Ritter. Thank you, everybody. We'll take a short 15-minute break, get some food, get your kids hydrated up, and we'll get back out here for the Market Lamb Show. Thank you, everybody. This will be a 3-minute warning to start back up. We will start back at class 58, Blackface Cross, Maggie Morris, Ashley Wabel, and Jillian Deftari. 3 minutes to the makeup ring. All right, now entering the ring, class 58, Blackface Cross, Maggie Morris, Ashley Wabel, and Jillian Deftari. Please have class 59, Blackface Cross, to the makeup ring, Kendall Payton, Alex Grau, Cole Ritter, Faith Lehman, and Henry Brogan to the makeup ring. as we get going here with our market show, I would like to reintroduce our judge, Trent Gray. He's from Rushville, Indiana. He's done a great job today. We appreciate his help and look forward to seeing how he sorts out these market lambs for us. Let's give him a quick hand. And once again, for those of us that couldn't make it here to the show today, got friends and family, have them tune into Hamilton County Television. You can check out their website for live streams, and it'll be posted up for about a year after the show at www.hctv1.com. That's www.hctv1. If you need any more help with that, come to the head table and we'll help you out.
Really nice to us to get our market show started with. The only comes the first, I think, one that when you get up on top of this one, he's just massive, or she's just massive, I should say. You got that big groove down top. She's really opened up in the center portion of her body. She's good up to her front end. I like her right there where her shoulder lays in. She's good and square and flat right there. And when you study her from behind, she's got that extra flare through that stifle area as you watch her going away. And wait a second, this is one, I really appreciate the extension on this lamb. He gets up front of it, he's long-necked, he's really pretty from the side view. This is another one that fills your hand when you get a hold of him. Right there at that forearm and where that shoulder comes into that rack shape, not quite as expressive, not quite as thick, not quite as expressive as you study this one from behind, right down that stifle, with a very nice lamb to be in that second place. The only third, again, the one that's got plenty of product, one that gets a little bit plainer, not handling quite as fresh for us today as those two up above them.
First place, Ashley Wabel. Second place, Jillian Neftari. And third place, Maggie Morris. We'll now be bringing in Class 59 Blackface Crossbreds. We'll then show for our Blackface Cross champion, and then we should have Class 61 Columbias to the makeup ring. Trent Horney and Tegan Horney. Class 61 Columbias to the makeup ring. Just a quick announcement to all our sheep show exhibitors. All sheep show exhibitors, we will be pulling the showmanship sign up off the bulletin board after Class 70. We will pull the showmanship roster after Class 70. So please sign up or scratch if you're going to do that now.
nice class of crossbred lambs here. I think as we study this one up front here, I really like this one up front. Tall fronted sheep. This ewe lamb really blends that shoulder in nicely. Fills your hand when you get a hold of her. It's nice, and she's very fresh today. Very wide as you get back when you put her in motion. She doesn't disappoint you. The only second here, I think another one. Very good down his lines, good down his top line, good on his bottom lines here. One we put in motion, doesn't disappoint you. Doesn't quite have the expression, doesn't quite have that thickness and three-dimensional muscling as the one up above it. Young Land's in third here. One I really appreciate. This one's powerful. I like him on his feet and legs. He gets a little bit bolder on those that shoulder where he lays it into his rib cage. Doesn't quite connect in quite as square and level in his hip, I think, as the two above, but a really nice time to come in third. Young man fourth here, one not handling quite as fresh for us today. This one wants to get a little bit easy in his spine right there behind those shoulders, I think, when you compare him to them ones up above. Then the young man rounds out the class here. Another nice, long, productive kind of a sheep here. One that just gets flatter in his shape right off of both ends as you compare him to the ones up above him.
Class 59 winner Kendall Payton. Second place went to Faith Lehman. Third place Cole Ritter. Fourth place Alexander Grau. And fifth place Henry Brogan. We will now show for our champion Blackface Cross. Please have class 61 to the makeup arena and class 62 Dorpers Jenna Schnarr to the makeup ring.
Really nice set of crossbred lambs here as the four individuals here. I think as we get down to it, a couple of them here are very fresh for me today. They're very three-dimensional. They're tall-fronted. They're good in their shoulder. I think one of them gives us just a little more of those bells and whistles. The other, I think, the one that's just a little bit crisper in its lines, maybe just a little bit better when you put your hands on it. That second place winner will be your champion. The first class winner will be your reserve.
Champion Kendall Payton, reserve champion Ashley Wabel. Now entering the ring, class 61 Columbia's Trent Horney and Tegan Horney. We should have a class 62 Dorper Jenna Schnarr in the makeup ring. Please bring up class 63 Dorset Advantage Izzy Grau to the makeup ring.
Columbia lambs. We got two lambs that are very similar here. Both of them are extended. They're long-bodied. They're level down at their top. They're good on their feet and legs. I think what we get here, the difference is our first-class winner has opened up just a little more. We get just a little bit more right up over the top of this lamb, especially right up over that rack shape. Then when you study them from the side, we get just a little bit flatter, more level hip out of our first-place winner than our one and second.
First place, Tegan Horning. Second place, Trent Horning. Now entering the ring, Class 62, Dorper, Jenna Schnarr. We should have Class 63 Dorset Advantage, Izzy Grau in the makeup ring. Please bring up Class 64 Dorset, Azalea Davidson and Ava Lee to the makeup ring.
Ladies, Dorper Ram here. I think this is one of the true meat breeds here. Obviously, what they're raised for, and this one doesn't disappoint you. He's really wide up underneath. He's opened up. When you get your hands on him, he's just chock full of muscle. He's really wide and thick as you take him from the top of his shoulder right back out through his dock and down into his leg. Very good when you put him in motion. Very nice Dorper for the young lady to bring to us.
Champion Dorper, Jenna Schnarr. Now in the ring, Class 63 Dorset Advantage, Izzy Grau. We should have Class 64 in the makeup ring. Please bring 65 Hampshire, Davey Scheller, Zach Powell, Catherine Hoffmeister, Cole Ritter, and Stella Hartwick to the makeup ring, Class 65.
We appreciate this young lady's weather as you put him in motion. He's very fluid, one that bounces up nicely for us. He does have plenty of product on him. He's good on his feet and legs. I think if we want to make him ideal, we probably want to melt a little cover off of him. He's carrying a little bit of bark on the tree here today, but other than that, very nice lamb for her to bring out to us.
Champion Dorset Advantage, Izzy Grau. Now entering the ring, Class 64 Dorsets, Azalea Davidson and Ava Lee. We should have Class 65 in the makeup ring. Please bring up 66 Hampshire, Eva Beckner, Matt Powell, Ruby Morris, Faith Lehman, and Leo Klipsch.
weather, top of the class, one that's nice and wide when you study. That's right up over his top line. He's good through the center portion of his body. Pretty good. He's getting a little past 12 o'clock for us today. He's hand on, not quite fresh, but there's plenty of product there, I think, to bump him up the top of class. Only in second here. Another one, I think, just a younger lamb. This one's a little bit more narrow up through that front portion of its body into that four-rib. One that just needs a little more time on feet, I think, to compete up any higher today.
Champion Dorset goes to Ava Lee. Reserve champion Azalea Davidson. Now entering the ring, class 65 Hampshires. We should have class 66 in the makeup ring. Please bring up class 68 Horn Dorsets, Baylor Arnold and Drake Arnold. Also, a quick reminder for our junior and mini 4-Hers and young kids in the stands, if you would like to do the junior show after the sheep show is finished, the sign-up is actually on the bulletin board in the sheep barn. We would like to have you guys signed up by 3 p.m., please.
Him and his Hampshire weather we're going to start with. I think one, you study him at the ground. He comes at you wide. He goes away from you wide. He's got a really nice, good stance and a good pace to him when a young man gets him going. He gets him propped up. He paints a nice picture for us. He's tall-fronted. He's good and clean in that shoulder. He just feels your hand and you get a hold of him. Really nice, complete kind of a sheep to start the class with. The only second, I think another one, I really like the top shape of this one. Just gives up too much width and dimension. Not quite as good coming out of that shoulder with that neck placement, I think. Not quite as wide. We just study her right at the ground as our first place winner. Elaine third, another one I think just doesn't give us quite the width and dimension, especially when you get right up on top, right in behind her, right in behind him. Just doesn't give you that width and dimension of the two up above us. One that's getting just a little bit plainer for us in the handle today compared to the top two. Laying fourth here, I think this one's one that probably 30 days ago was really good. This one's getting a little bit overcooked for us, getting a little bit softer in its handle. I think one that has plenty of product, one that just doesn't come together for us today, just gets a little plainer right over its top shape. Young man round out the class here, one that's handling very fresh for us. This one wants to just be a little piecey as you get a hold of it, not quite connected up into that shoulder and that neck area, as well as those ones above it, not quite as good right there in that hip joint placement as those ones up above.
First place, Cole Ritter. Second place, Davy Scheller. Third place, Stella Hartwick. Fourth place, Catherine Hoffmeister. Fifth place, Zach Powell. Now we're entering the ring class 66 Hampshires. We should have class 68 Horn Dorsets in the makeup ring. Please start bringing up class 69 Natural Coloreds, Aubrey Johnson and Cooper Crowder. Well, we had the full Queen's Court here earlier. I'd like to thank the two we have with us right now. We have first runner-up Mary Rose Wansadler and second runner-up Sophia Beeson. Thank you guys for helping us out today.
Another nice class of Hampshire Rams here. The young lady up front, I think, the most complete sheep of the class here. This is one that really fresh handling today, really good through that front two-thirds. I think one that's really flat and level down his top line, one that bounces up nicely for us. I think when you get in behind this one, that she's got plenty of flair to that outer leg. When you put him in motion, he sure doesn't disappoint you. Young man, a second, I appreciate how tall front this lame is. This lame really runs downhill into his hip. I like that about him. He's a little bit flatter in his forerib when you compare him to the sheep up above. A little bit plainer as you get your hands on him in that rack shape. Not quite the flare as you stud him from behind as our class winner, but a really nice one being second. Then third here, this lamb is just massive. Really wide. I really appreciate that about him. He's long-sided. He bounces up pretty nicely. This one just gets a little bit flatter and plainer. Not as three-dimensional right up over his top as those top two above him, but a really nice lamb to come in third. Young man fourth here, another one just giving up too much width and dimension off of both ends. He gets a little rounder and plainer as you study him, especially from right in behind. Just doesn't take that down into that leg like those ones above. The laying fifth here, another one has got plenty of product, long-sided sheep. I think one that really appreciate from that point of view. It's extended up through the front. One is just getting softer handling on us, get a little bit easier in that spine right behind that shoulder to get it up any higher into today.
Your class winner, Eva Beckner. Second place, Leo Klipsch. Third place, Faith Lehman. Fourth place, Matthew Powell. Fifth place, Ruby Morris. We'll now show for your Hampshire breed champion. Our Class 68 Horn Dorset should be in the makeup ring, followed by Class 69 Natural Coloreds Aubrey Johnson and Cooper Crowder. One last reminder, we'll be pulling the junior show sign-up from the bulletin board at 3 o'clock, and we'll also be pulling the showmanship sign-up after Class 70, so make sure you sign up for that as soon as you can.
Nice Hampshire drive here, full quality individuals out here. I think as we study these two, I think there's two of them for me that balance up and give you the most three-dimensional look of any of them out there. And when you put your hands on them, obviously they don't disappoint you. That Class 1 winner will be your champion. The Class 2 winner will be your reserve.
Champion goes to Cole Ritter, reserve champion Eva Beckner. We'll now be showing Class 68 Horn Dorsets. Class 69 should be in the makeup ring, followed by Class 70 Oxfords, Lainey Mendenhall, Leo Klipsch, Abigail Holloway, and Hallie Scheller.
Her Horn Dorset class, pair of weathers out here, again, are very similar in her makeup. We're good at the ground. They're long-sided. I think where our first place advantage is, he's just thicker throughout. He opens up in his forerib a little more. He's got a little bit more right up over his top. When you study him from behind, he's just a little bit wider through that pin set out over that rump. Not taking anything away from one and second. Again, a long-sided sheep. One that just gives up too much width and dimension off of both ends, I think, to get around to our class winner.
Champion Horn Dorset goes to Drake Arnold, reserve champion Baylor Arnold, I'm sorry. Now showing class 69 natural colors. We should have class 70s in the makeup ring. Please bring up class 71 Shropshires, Tessa Hartwick, Jillian Deftari, and Matt Powell.
Nice pair of natural color lambs, young man I started class with. Truly up on those patterns. One, if you study him right up under his chest where he's opened up, he's got a nice wide stance as he comes at you. As he tracks away from you, he's good and wide. He's opened up in the center portion of his body. He balances up very nicely. Feels your hand when you get a hold of him. He's good and square. He's rated three-dimensional up over his top. The only a second here, not taking anything away from this lamb. One that does have plenty of power right up front. I think one that balances up nicely first. This one's just giving up too much width and too much three-dimensional muscling, I think, to get around that one in first place today.
Champion natural colored Aubrey Johnson, reserve champion Cooper Crowder. I'm sorry, champion Cooper Crowder, reserve champion Aubrey Johnson. We'll now be showing class 70 Oxford Market Lambs. Class 71 Shropshire should be in the makeup ring. Please start bringing up your class 72 Shropshires. Jackson Ritter, Abigail Holloway, Zach Powell, Ava Lee, Wyatt Rude, and Maggie Morris.
start the class with the young ladies with her. I think one that's very balanced in my mind, and one that blends that shoulder in very nicely. This one fills your hands when you get a hold of him. He's good all down his top line. You put him in motion, he doesn't disappoint you. He's very good at the ground. I think one that kind of comes to the top of the class here. Only a second here. This is the line that probably win this division at a lot of places. She just ran into one that's just as good, but a little more of. I think to win the class, I like the way this one's made. This one is very three-dimensional, very good in his lines. One that is level down his top. I think one that just gives up too much to our class winner of the same good things. Young man third here, I think one that gives us quite a bit of product. This one's getting a little easy right there in his spine, right behind his shoulder. He's getting a little bit bold in that front end, I think, when you compare him to them ones up above. Then we end the class with a weather that very long-sided. I think one that just gets a little bit narrow off of both ends, I think, to get up any higher in the class.
Results of Class 70 Oxford Market Lambs. First place in champion, Hallie Scheller. Second place in reserve champion, Lainey Mendenhall. Third, Leo Klipsch. And fourth, Abigail Holloway. We are now showing Class 71 Shropshire.
Class 72 should be the makeup ring. Please start bringing up Class 74 South Downs. Eva Beckner, Alex Grau, Hallie Scheller, Baylor Arnold, and Lainey Mendenhall. Class 74, start making your way up to the makeup arena.
Shot for it. I think one that comes to the top quite handily for me in this class. One that is very up-fronted. I think one that bounces up very nicely for us. He's wide at the ground. He just feels your hand when you get on him. I think one that can go a long way. I think he's still got some go in him. So if she's going to show this one later on, I think she's in pretty good shape. Young man in second, I think one that does have plenty of product on him. I think he is thick enough. He's one that's just getting a little bit easier. Of course, not handling quite as three-dimensional as the one up above, not quite as expressive, especially when you get right in behind this one. Then young man in third here, this is the one that gets the most narrow, gets the flattest as full rib. Doesn't quite hook in at that shoulder junction, I think, quite as well as our others. Just gets a little bit flatter, and that rear leg is just steady it going away.
First place went to Jillian Daftari, second place Matt Powell, and third place Tessa Hartwick. Now entering the ring, Class 72 Shropshires. We will then show for the Shropshire champion. Class 74 South Downs should be in the makeup ring. Please bring up 75 South Downs, Allie Brennan, Harper Macy, Wyatt Rude, and Ava Lee. If you are a breed champion or reserve champion, we need to start getting those animals ready as we near the end of our Market Lamb show. We will have a quick 5 minutes after our Market Lamb Grand Drive before we start off with showmanship, and we'll be starting with the junior showmanship. I will announce the breakdown before the Grand Drive.
first place in a couple of nice lands up here, top of the class, and on throughout as far as that goes. But I'm going to start with the one to me that balances up the nicest for me. Lays that shoulder in very nicely. He feels your hand when you get a hold of him. I think one that when you get right in behind this one, he's just massive up over his top, and he's got that extra flair about him as you travel down into his leg. Young man's weather in second here, not taking anything away from that one. That one is also very expressive up over his top, very three-dimensional. I think one's very square in his hip shape, one that goes down to his leg nicely. Doesn't quite have the flair to stifle. I think this one for me, compared to our class winner, I'd like to roll him up into that brisket, push that chest forward up into him just a little bit to balance him up, I think, to get around our class winner, but a very close placing. Young lady in third here, another one I think a lot of three-dimensional muscling in here. This is one that falls short when you get right in behind this one. Just not as much right up over that loin, out in through that hind side on down in the leg as you stare to the two above. Young lady in fourth, again, plenty of product. This one's getting a little overdone for us. One is handling quite a bit softer today. One's getting want to get down in that brisket into that and roll that back up into that shoulder, balance this one up just a little bit to get it any higher. Same with the young man in fifth here. I think one that just giving up too much shape, a little bit more narrow, a little more pinch as you study this one right through his heart. Not quite as big and expressive up over that rack shape. Not quite as expressive when you get right in behind him compared to them ones up above. Then the one that ends up the class here, Weather, is one that has plenty of product over his top. I think one that gives you a good leg as you study this one from behind. I'd like to just pick this one up through its front end, bounce it up, especially when you put this one on the move to compared to the other class. Good job.
Your winner of Class 72, Wyatt Rude. Second place, Jackson Ritter. Third place, Ava Lee. Fourth place, Maggie Morris. Fifth place, Zach Powell. And sixth place, Abigail Holloway. We'll now show for your champion, Shropshire. Please have 74 Southdowns in the makeup ring. And start bringing up Class 75 Southdowns, Allie Brennan, Harper Macy, Wyatt Rude, and Ava Lee.
Nice division of Shropshire here. I think 4 quality individuals out here. I think they've all got enough muscle and they've all got good bone and structure. They're good at the ground. I think there's a couple of them up here. I think that just give you a more, when you study them up in that front 2/3 of their body, through that extension and that three-dimensional muscling over the top of that rack shape and over that shoulder. That'll be your 2 heavyweights. That's your champion in reserve.
Champion goes to Wyatt Rude. Reserve champion, Jackson Ritter. We'll now be bringing in Class 74 Southdowns. Class 75 should be in the makeup ring. Let's bring up our Class 77 Southdown baby doll, Allie Brennan. Once again, let's start getting our market lambs ready for the grand drive. It'll be coming up immediately following our white-faced cross champion. We have the junior show breakdown on the head table with the wool if you want to see which class your kid will be in. We'll be hosting that roughly 20 to 30 minutes after our showmanship is concluded.
Really nice south down we start the class with here. I think one that just fills your hand when you get a hold of this one, this pack with three-dimensional muscling. I like the balance of this sheep. Wide up underneath, he's big up over his top. Well, the handling very fresh for us today. I know that's kind of a tough thing in this breed sometimes, but very fresh handling sheep. I think one that comes to the top of this class quite handily. Wait a second here, plenty of three-dimensional muscling here. I think, again, one that's tall front, just getting a little easier handling for us today. Not quite as fresh as that one up above. And in third here, young man, I think of the top three. This one handles pretty good for us today. Level down his top. He gets a little flatter in his forerib, a little bit rounder right up over his top. Not quite as much width and dimension as you study him right there in that rack shape compared to the two up above. Laying fourth here alongside his sheep again. One that just gets plainer for us off of both ends. Gets a little flatter in that leg as you study it going away compared to those three up above. Then the young man around out of the class. A nice long-sided weather here. Plenty of three-dimensional muscling up on this one. This is the one that just gets a little bit pinched as you study from behind. Wants to get rolled down in those shoulders as you put him in motion as you compare him to the rest of the class.
First place, class 74, Eva Beckner. Second place, Hallie Scheller. Third place, Alex Grau. Fourth place, Lainey Mendenhall. And fifth place, Baylor Arnold. We now have class 75 South Downs in the ring. We should have class 77 in the makeup ring. Please have class 78, Suffolk's Lillian Williamson and Eva Beckner headed to the makeup ring. We also have the showmanship breakdown at the head table as well if you want to see what class you'll be in for showmanship. We'll just run through the showmanship classes now as we work through these South Downs. Class 1 seniors, Ava Lee, Tessa Hartwick, Jackson Ritter, Zach Reif, Julian Deftari, Will Brogan, and Quinn Brogan. Class 2 seniors, Eddie Muir, Ashley Rabel, Lily Williamson, Jenna Schnarr, Alex Grau, Cassidy Shakel, and Katie Hoffmeister. The intermediates will be Maggie Morris in Class 1, Cole Ritter, Caitlin Shakel, Graham Curtis, Wyatt Rude, Eva Beckner, Tegan Horney, and Hallie Scheller for Class 1. Class 2 will be Henry Brogan, Leo Klipsch, John Crowder, Lainey Mendenhall, Karina Hodges, Laurel Hodges, Izzy Grau, Aubrey Johnson, and Azalea Davidson. Your juniors will all be one class, so that makes it easy. If you want to take a look at that again, it'll be up here at the head table with the wool exhibitions.
the heavyweight Southdowns we got cover throughout here, but I think the one handling the most fresh with the most product, I think, is our one up front here. I like the way this sheep bounces up for as big and powerful as he is. Get right in behind him. He really carries that down into his leg. He's really square out over his dog, and I think that's what brings him up to the top here. Young Lane second, I think one that not handled probably about as fresh as that one. This one just a little bit plainer for us as we study him, especially out over that hind saddle down to that leg. Just doesn't have that flare. I think one that does handle pretty nicely for us. Got great extension up front. Just doesn't quite have that flare right through that stifle area. Young Lane third here. This is the one that tracks the most narrow, I think, of the top three right from the ground up. This one gets a little more pitch as you study it right up through this rack shape. Get right in behind this one. It wants to roll out of a stock and get a little bit more narrow right through that stifle area compared to those ones up above. Then Young Lane come in fourth here. I think one that I'd like to balance this one up a little bit more. This is the one that's carrying as much condition as any, just handling a little bit softer for us, a little bit plainer right off of both ends.
First place, Class 75, Wyatt Rude. Second place, Harper Macy. Third place, Allie Brennan. And fourth place, Ava Lee. We'll now show for our champion Southdown. We should have Class 77 in the makeup ring, followed by 78, Suffolk's Lily Williamson and Eva Beckner. Please, let's start bringing up Class 79 as well. Texel's Colby Day.